Send him this time. Are we in?
Yes, we're back here at the Arnisville playing field. We're seeing a new game here tonight. Barbados taking on the Leeward Islands. Both teams lost in their first game. It's pretty early still in the tournament, so both teams have a good bounce back to do. Barbados batting first here tonight. Leeward Islands definitely will have to come up chumps with their performance. Try to get better from what happened in the last game. Captain Edwards have some work to do. Also to the skipper of Barbados in holder to carry this game with me here tonight. Stacey and is here with me. How are you doing, Stacey?
Good afternoon to you, Kesrick, and hello to all the viewers tuning in. I'm doing fine, not as well as Kiana's doing though, having a little jig out there in the middle. In good spirits, Leeward Islands, winning the toss, deciding to have a bat bowl first.
Well, it's the first delivery coming from the administrative end, center end. First delivery from Hector. We saw her in the first game. Likes to visit in the middle of the pitch. Bowler Baraja bumpers to the Guyana batters. Grimmin had a liking into her a little bit early. She scored 33 in that game. She'll have to hit her straps tonight. Speaking about tonight, who is facing her? Kayashana Knights and Asabi Kalinda is opening here for Barbados.
Yeah, I think there's an error on the screen. It should be Kaisia Knight. She's the regular opener for Barbados. The sister usually comes in the middle. See number 42 on the shirt as well.
Get it right. There you go. The correction is there. Kaisia Knight it is. Come on, I know she's a twin, but you got to get it right. You got to get the names right. The number is there.
Yeah, it can happen. Certainly can happen, you know, when you're dealing with a twin. But they got it right this time. She's off the mark as well, Kaisia.
Some information I got today about Kaisia and Kaishana Knights. They both played for Barbados under 19 at the age of 9. I heard that earlier. I was a bit shocked also to a Jamaican stalwart in Stephanie Taylor. Played for Jamaica at the age of 11. I would have been scared at that time, Stacey, to be playing amongst the bigger folks at that age. Pitching up this time, Hector. Something that she's not usually doing, but a big shout. And move, umpire.
Yeah, that's good from Hector. We know that she loves to find the middle of the surface, but just showing that she has the ability to get it up there. And loud appeal coming from behind the stumps and the bowler as well. Asabi Kalinda, according to the umpire, not getting close enough to it with the bat in hand, and she survives.
Again pitching it up. Almost overrun it there. Just a single in the end.
Yeah, both of these openers, well, opening bowling pair for Leeward Islands, I believe. Wait to see if Jazara Claxton will take the ball. They started pretty well against Guyana. Looking to do something similar here in this match against Barbados. Testing the middle of the pitch that time, Hector.
She likes to bowl those shorter stuff. We saw that in the first game. Herself and Claxton really did some good work early with the new ball. One looking to pitch it up. It was actually seam it away from Mentor early in the innings, and obviously Hector with the short stuff to Grimmin. They really bowled well together. Just 2 runs from that previous over. As I mentioned, both teams lost in their first game. They're back here tonight looking for their first victory. With ball in hand is Claxton.
Yeah, both teams doing opposite to what they did in that first game. Barbados, they chased and they lost that game. Leeward Islands, they bowled, they batted first and they lost that game. So Leeward Islands deciding tonight they'll have a first bowl to the opposition.
Early pitching it up. Looking for that outward movement is Claxton. But it's always a ticklish situation, Stacey, when if you bat first and you lose, and then the second game you decide to go and bowl first and lose again, it makes you wonder, what are we doing wrong?
Well, don't know the result. What will be the result tonight just yet? Leeward Islands, obviously, they batted first in that game, only was able to score 85 against Guyana. Deciding to bowl first tonight. They won their first game ever against Barbados, batting first last year in the T20 Blaze.
Pitching it up again is Claxton.
Yeah, they batted first in that game, piled on 139 runs for 7 wickets. Renice Boyce, 67 to her name, hitting 4 sixes in that match. And Barbados falling short, scoring just 127 runs. Tonight they're looking to restrict them to a low total. And they're backing themselves to go and have a chase, Kesrick. Do have some power in their lineup. They're banking on that to come good for them. But for now, Barbados, they're in the middle. And they'll be looking to correct some things that they did wrong in that first game against Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, they fall really easy in the middle of Barbados in that last game. Pitching that one on the line of the middle stump, coming back into Knights. And this is something that she does pretty well, seaming the ball into the left-hander, away from the right-hander. And also, she also used the crease pretty well. She usually run a little bit wider from what I've seen from the last game to get it go across the left-handers. So good skills on show from Claxton. This one too full, punch down the ground by Knights. You will not get away with those sort of delivery when you're bowling to an international player. 4 runs, first boundary off the bat.
Yeah, and the caliber of player that Kaisia Knight is, she's certainly going to put those away every day. The error ball coming from Jazara Claxton, she looks to keep it full on that occasion, just too full. And Kaisia Knight helping herself to her first 4 of this match. We saw that in the game against Guyana. She bowled really well and searching for that fuller length, went too full and she was hit for a 6 by Grimmond.
Again, back on target is Claxton. As long as she keeps it there, she'll be fine. But she bowled pretty well in that last game. But every over, at least one delivery, she just go offline for a bit. That last game, she really didn't get spanked with those bad deliveries because they were bowling so well together, herself and Hector. But in this case, Knight's an international player, plays for West Indies. She would not lose out on those sort of deliveries. So it was spanked for 4.
Yeah, certainly so. She's still a young player, Jazara Claxton, playing in an under-19 tournament for West Indies, learning her craft, and she's learning it well. She's growing from game to game. You can see it. I remember a few years before, she would run up and probably deliver a wide in almost every over. You're seeing the difference now. She has more control in terms of her lines.
The funny thing about those sort of bowlers here, Stacey, is that sometimes they can be so tricky and so hard to pick because they're all over the shop and then they deliver a peach. Could remember a few bowlers like that they're all over the shop and then they just deliver that peach of a delivery to you that you have to nick it.
Yeah, and she's one of those bowlers. Not really all over the shop, but certainly can produce those peach of a delivery as you mentioned, Kesrick. I've seen it time and time again. But Hector has the ball in hand, and it's good to see Hector back bowling. Didn't bowl a lot in last year's tournament. She's bowling well also, bowling smartly.
This is the third game for the day for all who is tuning in now. We had Guyana and Windward Islands playing earlier. Guyana picking up their second victory. Trinidad and Jamaica, the second game. Trinidad picking up their second victory. Slower delivery from Hector. This could be closer. Yes, it is. Smartly bowled. You could have seen it. The leg cutter from Hector. Look at that. That one just shaped in nicely. Looking like it will go on to hit that leg stump. The first blow, Hector picking up the first wicket here. The score is 7-1.
Yeah, I mentioned it before. She's been bowling smartly. Hector. Years past, you would see Hector run in and just attack the middle of the surface time after time and again, being predictable. This time, she has changed things up, showing variations very early. Yes, sometimes she'll test out the middle, but it comes as a surprise delivery. That one as well, very smart execution from her to pick up that first wicket of Asabi Calendar.
Well, you're always going to be on your back foot whenever you lose wicket in the power play. You don't want to lose too much. The skipper walks out now in holder. Didn't really trouble the score too much in the last game. Well, not really at all. But she's here tonight. She needs to pile some runs on for her team. Picking up the job of captaincy because they're missing their main skipper Matthews, who's home resting. She deserved that rest. So she needs to put in some work here, skipper.
Yeah, I don't think she'll mind facing pace first up. She faced spinning first up against Trinidad and Tobago. Was bowled by Steffi Sugrim.
Well, her approach at the crease looks good. That's one thing I would say about Holder. I'll tell you what, if you walk into the stands and you look out on the pitch and she's batting and you don't know her, you would say that she looks like a well-accomplished batter. Her stance, her approach, everything looks good. She just needs to start to score runs now, is Holder.
Yes, I agree with you. And last year, she showed that potential against Windward Islands. She scored a half century for Barbados when they were down and out. And it was a well-constructed innings from her.
Finding the edge is Claxton, a full delivery, not really what she wanted. Flying cross Joseph, who's at first slip. She didn't get a hand to it. Only a singler though. Not intended by Claxton. Looking to bowl that fuller length delivery is something that Stacey mentioned that she usually does, bowling that fuller delivery because she looks to bowl that fuller length. So it always comes out like a full toss. In the last over, she was struck for a four. Nicely played out to cover. It was a if, a but. Oh, could have been a run out, but they're home safely. Not sure. Lot of ifs and buts.
Yeah, better communication would have seen them getting the single. The fielder had to throw the ball off balance. She was on the ground, in fact, throwing the ball in. But just not communicating well so far, these two. Holder wanted a single, but Knight said no. Luckily, she was sent back just in time and the throw was off balance, as I mentioned before.
Looks well against the pace. Looks pretty easy against the pace. Is sold up. Didn't really trouble the score in the last game, as I mentioned. Got bowled by spin. Sugrim took a wicket. Claxton again looking to bowl that fuller length, going away from Holder. We saw a glimpse of that in the last game from Claxton, bowling to Mentor from Guyana. She bowled 2 overs, 2 Mentor. Bowled a lot of dot deliveries to her as well.
Yeah, one method that can be used is perhaps using your feet. If she's gonna continue to bowl that length. You saw Kaisia Knight was looking to do that, the first delivery that she bowled, but it came out a lot fuller, so and wide as well. So Knight wasn't able to control it where she wanted to hit it because she was coming down the track to her. But that's something it looks like Knight is deciding that's how she's going to look to play Claxton, given the lengths that she's bowling.
I tell you what, she tried to bowl a slow one, didn't really come out like she wanted it to. Wide delivery. She bowled 2 full toss already. Knight's hitting 1 for 4 down the ground. And that's all because she's trying to bowl that fuller length, looking to seam the ball away. Short this time, pumped behind point. This definitely will go into the bunk. That's a lovely shot by skipper Holder.
Yeah, too much width offered there on that occasion from Jazara Claxton. And I mentioned she would enjoy starting to pace in this innings. Trishan Holder gets a wide one and puts it away. Gets off the mark as well in style.
Very easy, Stacey. You could see all intentions to get it behind point. Played it pretty late as well. It looks like she's the type of batter that likes to start against pace. And it's good that you give her the captaincy. Young player, because you want to continue to build good leaders. Obviously, Barbados is missing 3 of their key players in this tournament. Alia, Dotting, and Matthews. Dotting having an injury. Seeing a different approach in this game from Hector, bowling a fuller length.
Yeah, she did start like that as well in that game against Guyana, but when she recognized that perhaps going upstairs to Grimond might be a good option, you saw her continue to pound it into the surface to her for 1 over. Tried that slow one again, but just a bit off target and signal wide by the umpire.
It is smart from her. Knights giving herself a bit of room early. Definitely to go over cover, trying the slower delivery. Then she has to use all her power to hit it over cover. Again trying to go full. This time pump through mid-wicket. This could be 3. Definitely 3. And it's a good shot too. It was directed to the stump from Hector. And it was pumped through mid-wicket by Knights. Looking to score. I like the intent tonight from Knights. And also from Holder.
Yeah, placed into that vacant area at mid-wicket. Yes, it slowed up on the boundary, but really good running from those 2 batters. Getting that 3 runs. 3 runs was always on the cards. The fielder had to chase it, and then they run that extra 1 on the throw. So good running from Holder and Knight.
Really good from Holder. I'm not sure if he'll have enough legs to get to the boundary. It won't. Good stop. But really nicely played. I'm liking the fact that On connection, she's opening the face of the bat to get it behind point. This is good from her. You did mention that she's a better start to pacers. We're seeing that now. The intent to score is there.
Yeah, really easy on the eyes. And the timing was excellent as well on that occasion. Unfortunately, just not able to get to the rope. Deserve 4.
Definitely. Have a bit of sluggish outfield here in St. Vincent, as I mentioned, and will continue to say it, is that we're not accustomed to a sluggish outfield here in St. Vincent. It's usually a good outfield. Short and outside the line of the off stump is Hector. Not getting any bat on it is Holder. I want to say a special shout out to Mark O'Dane and what he has done for cricket here in the Caribbean. Sponsoring a lot of youngsters. Short delivery from Hector. Sponsoring a lot of youngsters. Stacey with gears. And this is something really good from him. Showing support to the younger players here in the Caribbean. So I must say, thanks to him for what he's doing for cricket in the Caribbean. He's now living in America. It's the end of the over. The score moves on to 19 for 1. Score is now 19 for 1. Change of bowling. Leeward with ball in hand. This is the 5th over now. Just one more over to finish the power play here. Pretty sure that Leeward will be looking to probably even pinch out another wicket here in the power play. Someone that just joined me to continue proceedings here tonight is Mr. Cato. How are you doing?
Good night to you, Kesrick. Good night to all our viewers. Doing quite well.
Well, you have been here all day, Cato. So I'm guessing that you have seen all games and pretty sure that you're loving what you're seeing from this wonderful tournament here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Indeed so. Good to see the youngsters coming to the forefront, trying to improve their game. Can only go up from here, I would say. 2 closely contested games earlier. Hoping for more of the same.
Really well bowled from Leeward. She's bowling to her field, a packed offside field. Just 2 fielders on the leg side, Skipper Edwards and Maynard. Spanked through the gap. Even though it's a packed outfield, she did find the gap as Knights. Wouldn't get to the boundary. But 2 good runs there for her.
Good looking shot there from Knights. Flighty delivery outside the off stump. Just allowing her to free her arms and was able to pierce the offside field. That field we mentioned looking quite impenetrable. But she was able to get it into the gaps for 2 more runs.
Oh, smart here, Cato. Realized that Joseph decided to go back on the boundary. Sorry, on the 30-yard circle. Well, it's 25 for females. So let's get that right. It's not 30 yards. For the females, they usually use 25 yards, Cato. So she realized that Joseph got back on the 25-yard circle and decided to push it just in front. Let's just set a silly point for one. This is good work from Barbados. She looks a lot better now, Holder. Had a conversation with someone and they told me that she's better starting with pace, and I heard that from Stacey as well. And we're seeing that now. She looks a lot better at the crease. It's the end of that over. Dot to finish, the score is 22-1.
It's the end of the power play as well. Not a bad effort from the Barbadian team, losing 1 wicket. Would have liked to perhaps get a bit more runs on the board, but they can work with 22-1, given what we saw in the game earlier between Trinidad and Tobago and Jamaica, where we had power play scores of 7 and 11 respectively.
Just looking at the scores from the previous game, had to be some wonderful bowling. I was missing that one. Just listening from far, trying to check in on the scores. I would have loved to be here to see the bowling because there must be some challenging bowling in that last game. Well, it's a skipper with ball in hand now. Picked up a wicket in the last game. Amanda Edwards, that is. First delivery just floated outside the line of the off stump. No sort of rev, anything behind of it. This one on the line of leg stump, no damage done.
It's that period of the game where we are looking to see how the Barbadian will operate in terms of their mode of operation. Are they able to get the ball into the gaps? Are they able to rotate strike, right and left hand combination at the crease?
Coming back on the back foot and just punching that one just out to the field at cover. So far, so good for Barbados. Sweeping this one nicely out to square leg. Just 2 boundaries so far in this game. Haven't seen a lot of boundaries in this tournament.
We've seen some attritional cricket at times. Previous encounter, just a total of 5 fours in that game. So certainly not a tournament that is littered with boundaries. Batsmen had to really work hard for their runs.
Speaking of boundaries and being lit, that's an easy catch for Joseph. Easy peasy lemon squeeze, you say.
It was struck quite firmly there by Holder. A short delivery from Edwards went onto the back foot. Pulled it quite ferociously, but quite nonchalant there from Joseph at mid-wicket. Takes a very good catch. Good breakthrough as well for the Leeward Island team. Barbados, they are 23 for 2.
Yeah, definitely was hit with some power, but just couldn't find the gap. Easy catch for Joseph. Takes it. She do have some huge hands. Easy catch for her. Another wicket down for Barbados. Just outside of the power play as well. Holder have to go. Captain Holder. She walks back.
It's a reasonable start from the Leeward Island team. The Barbadian women, Leeward Island, sorry. The Barbadian women haven't really gotten away from them. Quite economical, a run rate of 3.37 so far. So they have also been able to get some critical breakthroughs. As we look around, not a lot of spectators at this time, but I'm sure we'll see a bit of a more patronage as the night goes along. The Saturday night here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, just adjacent to this playing field, we're having that car racing. So I'm hoping that when that car racing is finished, Keswick, we can have a few more patrons into the ground enjoying the cricket under the lights.
The lights would do attract some people, I would say that. But I think that car race starts at 8 o'clock. Heard you have a car in that race, Kato. I'm not sure how fast your car is, but the score is 23 for 2 after the 7th over.
Well, I can tell you what, the car would be rolling a lot more faster than what we have seen here from the Barbadian team, going along at 3.29 runs per over.
They're really known for their jag race in Barbados, the rally race that they usually have in the northern side of the country. They definitely need to race on here with the score, that's for sure. Fixing the field is Leeward, making sure that the fielders are in the right position. Joseph is still there. Short cover. The catching position. A little bit of width on this one, this time from Leeward. Again, outside the line of the off stump. That one just guided down to short third man, just a single. But both sisters are at the crease now. There you are, Kaishana Knights, joining her sister Kaisia Knights. I was just about to ask a silly question. Glad that it didn't come out, Kato. I was going to ask who's the older one. It did came out. I spilled the bag. I spilled the beans, Kato.
You did?
Just almost said it. Both sisters need to cash in tonight. And they're playing in the night as well. So they have to make it their night. Good work there from Kimberly.
It's another tight over from Leeward into her second over. None for 5 so far. Keeping her reins on the scoring of the Barbadian team.
Easy catch, easy catch. She has to go. Kaishana Knights have to leave straight into the hands of Point. Easy catch for her. Looks like Claxton, who is there at Point, and the celebration from Leeward. Another wicket down for Barbados. The score is 25 for 3.
Leeward Islands seem to be up for it tonight under the lights, getting their third breakthrough here. Having won the toss and electing to bowl first, it was always imperative that they get themselves off to a good start. They've been able to do so by restricting the scoring of the Barbadian team, and they have now taken crucial wickets at the top of the order, the latest being Kaishana Knights. Actually, it's Kaisia Knights. A lot of K's floating around. Just very fine with our scorers.
That's what happens when you have twin playing cricket. We're not sure if it's Kaisia or Kaishana Knights. But we're seeing Kaisia still at the crease and Kaishana walk back. We're definitely going to find that out for you folks. So Kaisia, she's the one that's gone. Kaishana is at the non-strikers end. We'll get that right for you folks.
It's the end of another successful over for Leeward and the Leeward Islands. Barbados, after being inserted earlier on tonight, they are 25 for free. New batter being Cumberbatch, joining Knights, Kishana Knights. 8 overs completed, so almost at the halfway stage in this batting effort of the Barbadians. Just need to get some momentum into their innings if they are to mount a reasonable or competitive total for the Leeward Islands to chase later on tonight.
We haven't really seen a lot of high scores here in this tournament. I think it's only one game a team got over 100. Well, that's so far. Still early. Quick single.
The teams are still trying to work out combinations, tactics, getting used to the conditions here at the Annisville Sporting Complex. Haven't seen a lot of turn, it must be said. It's just a matter of a bit more application needed from the batters, game awareness, and most importantly, execution.
Still think a lot of work needs to be done with the spinners, especially. A lot of the spinners do not finish their action. They're not putting enough revs on the ball either. As spinners, you want to be tall in your action. You want to release the ball, put some rev on the ball. A lot of the spinners in this tournament that I'm seeing so far don't really complete their action. If you want to spin the ball, you definitely have to put good reps on it. Finish your action well. Just few things as a spinner that you need to get right. Also helps with accuracy as well. Just a little bit of work from umpire Byam, making sure that the stumps are ready. Someone may ask, ready for what? Come on, batch to face. Just outside the line of off stump. Just guide it down to third man. Just a single.
It's a shot that we've seen being employed throughout the day. So Anisa Mohammed playing it quite well. Just allowing the ball to come to you and playing it as late as possible to the left of that fielder at short third man. So it's a shot that can be employed when given the opportunity to do so.
We saw it a lot today from Brittany Cooper. Played outstanding innings for her team. Taking them home easily. Putting Trinidad 2 up in this tournament. For those who just start to look at this game tonight, remember 2 games were played earlier. And this one just cut through the offside. Would not get enough legs to reach the boundary. Could be 3. Definitely a third one. Good running from the Barbadian batters.
Good looking shot there from Knights. Just coming on to the front foot and piercing at offside field. And as you mentioned, good aggressive cricket in terms of their running. They will need more of that as they seek to build a partnership here, these two. Another over completed, 9 overs gone. Barbados, they are 30 for free.
A lot better from the game that was played before in terms of the scoring. Just remember that there would be a T20 World Cup next year in England. West Indies would be a part of that, so this is also preparation for the T20 World Cup to be played in England next year. Also, there's a series coming up, West Indies versus England, starting the 21st of May. So definitely some preparation here for those who would be included in that squad. Any names you think, Kato?
A bit too early to say, apart from the usual suspects. Keswick. Mentioned a lot of teams still trying to work their way into the tournament. I'm sure players trying to do the same as well. I think it's important from a West Indies perspective that we see more seamers coming to the forefront. It's a team that has a lot of spinners or slower bowlers, I would say. So it'll be interesting to try and unearth a couple of seamers from this tournament. So the likes of Fraser previously. So it's about trying to secure a few seamers just to, especially playing in a place like England, where conditions might be more suited to seam bowling.
Nicely played there from Kambash, losing a footing in the process, but no damage done.
Saw the likes of Crafton as well in this game. Glasgow from the Windward Islands. So it's about getting these players to just deliver a bit more consistency and just keep reminding the selectors that they are wrong.
Trying to sweep that one is Cumberbatch. Wide delivery. Finding the edges, Cumberbatch. They will not run away to the boundary though. They will definitely get an easy two. Good work down there by Hector. So the score is now 33 for 3. End of that over. A 2 to finish. As we're going to take a little bit of a jinx break here. Well needed jinx break here at the Arnesville playing field. We'll be back in a couple of minutes to bring you live coverage.
Welcome back after the drinks break. Barbados 35 for 3 at the halfway stage in their batting effort. Dismissed batters are Asabi Calendar, Trishan Holder, and Kaisia Knight in that order. Kaishona Knight there for her. Partnering her at the other end is Nijani Cumberbatch. Captain Amanda Edwards continues with the ball in hand. She gets a short one, pulls it around. Just a single. Osnet Cater, good night to you.
Good night to you again, Stacey Ann. Good night to all our viewers joining this broadcast. Halfway stage here in this encounter. Barbados will be looking to get a bit of momentum, a bit of impetus into their innings. Bungary seem to be coming at a premium, so it will be interesting to see how easy they're able to manipulate the ball into the gaps, run hard, and get up to a competitive total.
Yeah, we keep mentioning the importance of that. If you're unable to get boundaries at will, the next best thing is to keep the scoreboard ticking. Cumberbatch, nicely played there. Sweetly driven through the covers. I don't think he will have the legs to get there. Cumberbatch, though, in that game against Trinidad and Tobago, she looked really good in terms of her setup and approach to the slower bowlers. She was dismissed, though, but she was showing a lot of intent. And the way she was going about scoring her runs as well, I thought she was in for a big score. It wasn't meant to be. She looks good as well. She's 5 of 7 deliveries. Just needs to form a partnership with Knight at the other end and try and press the scoring rate up for Barbados. Oh, getting low, hitting it uppishly, but Melissa Clark couldn't get to it. Almost picking up a second wicket, Amanda Edwards.
Yeah, just falling short of the fielder there in the covers. Going onto the back foot again, trying to pierce that offside field. Perhaps sticking in the wicket a bit, that delivery.
This one, she gets a hold of it over the fielder. It'll just be 2 runs as it plugs in the gap. Kimberly Anthony, strong return from her.
A bit too short on that occasion from Edwards. Allowing the opportunity there for Cumberbatch to go onto the back foot and hitting that one over the mid-wicket region. Not timing it as well as she would like, but just enough to get 2 runs.
Looking to go across the line that time. Loud appeal from everyone around the bat. But the umpire says it's going down. She survives, and Barbados, after 11, they are 40 for 3.
Good decision there from the umpire, in my opinion. Ball seemed to be heading down the leg side. Barbados, they are 40 for 3. 11 overs completed. Just scoring just around 3.64 runs per over. They'll want to get that somewhere up in the region of 4.5 or even 5 runs per over. Given what we have seen earlier today, that competitive total definitely would be in the region of 80 to 100.
Yeah, you'll say that, but definitely a different opposition. So that's something to take into consideration as well. Don't know the approach that the Leeward Islands would take when they come out to bat. So the safest thing to do is try to get a formidable total on the board. Knight on strike. Leeward is bowling well into her last over.
The figures of 1 for 10. Not bad return. She'll want to add something to that 4th column again.
Yeah, looking for a quick single there, but Claxton was quickly onto it.
It's a packed offside field. Fielder here long off as well, long on, deep mid-wicket. Working it nicely behind square on the leg side. Should be able to get a second quite comfortably. 2 more added to the total. 42 for 3.
misfield there by Saxena allows them to come through for the single. Last ball in the spell for Loud Appeal, but that was certainly going down with the angle. So a dot to finish. Leeward, 4 overs, 13 runs, and picking up a wicket as well. Barbados after 12, 43 for 3.
Very good spell there from Leeward. Came in at a crucial stage for her captain, and she has delivered to some extent. Just conceding around 3.1 runs per over in terms of her economy rate. Barbados 43 for 3. Haven't been able to get away from the Leeward Islands. That run rate just hovering around 3.5, 3.6. Both of these players would need to get a move on, as they would say. Just 8 overs remaining in the innings. I'm sure they'll have their sights on a particular total that they want to achieve and how they are going to go about doing so.
A change of bowling as well, but more spin. Captain Amanda Edwards is replaced by Davronique Maynard. And you can tell by the way the field has been set all night. They haven't really employed those 4 fielders out. Really don't need to. Not a lot of intent being shown to get the ball over the infield that time. Getting it through the vacant area between short third and point.
Also delivery on the line of the off stump. There was Knight looking to go through the offside. Changing field before that delivery. He had the fielder going back to the deep extra cover boundary. So a bit of cover there for Maynard as she eases into her spell.
Full one, driven down the ground.
Definitely enough open spaces for the Barbadians to walk the ball into the gaps. Unlike what we saw when the Guyanese were fielding in previous encounter, where the captain...
Not a good single that time. Just a delicate touch there. So it wouldn't get to the fielder quickly, and they set off for a quick single. It's a good communication between these two batters.
Yeah, that's good cricket from these two. Just playing it with soft hands, allowing the opportunity to take a single.
Gets on the back foot that time. Nice use of the crease so far from Cumberbatch, and just a single. She's decisive in terms of whether she's going on the back foot or the front foot to the bowler so far.
We spoke about her intent, and that's quite clear to see. I think that's important from a batting perspective. Barbados scoring rate, nothing to write home about at this time. But they'll need players like Cumberbatch to bat deep into this innings.
Swept and straight to Divya Saxena, and Davronique Maynard out with the chainsaw celebration, picks up her first for the night.
It's a shot that we have seen Knights employ all night. On this occasion, leading to her downfall, getting the top edge on that occasion, and a very good catch there from the fielder there at short mid-wicket. Short fine leg, sorry. So another wicket goes. Barbados, they are now 47 for 4 into over number 13.
Yeah, not a good time to lose a wicket. A partnership was being formed between these two. And then the wicket came. They're still not where they would want to be. Barbados certainly not 46 for 4 in the 13th over. And losing that key wicket of Kai Shona Knight, one of their premier batters in the team as well. A lot will rest on the young batters in this lineup. Nijani Kamabach, a youngster herself, played in that under-19 World Cup for West Indies also.
It's an opportunity. You mentioned, normally say that in adversity there's always an opportunity. So it's an opportunity for these youngsters, as you mentioned, to really put their hand up and be counted, walk their way through this difficult period. Still a situation where you just need to get some sort of partnership going. 7 overs remaining after this one. So still 42 deliveries. How well will they utilize that 42 deliveries? It's left to be seen.
Yeah, new batter, Alisa Scantlebury. On the back foot right away, punching it down the ground, but won't get off the mark. Leeward Islands opting to bowl first. And it's proven to be a good decision so far. They've had great control over the proceedings out there. Barbados scoring less than 4 runs and over. And they dismissed almost half of the team, especially those 2 wickets of the Night Twins.
Good start to a spell there from Maynard. Just conceding 3 runs and getting that important breakthrough, as we mentioned, of Kaishana Knight. Barbados struggling, 46 for 4.
Yeah, another change of bowling. Of course, Leeward with her wonderful returns for the night. Just a 1 over, but miserly. New bowler now is Tanya Martin. Skipper ringing the changes, using her bowlers well to keep a handle on this game.
The job is not finished for the Leeward Islands. They're in a very good position, having restricted the Barbadian team so far to 46 for 4. Still 7 overs remaining in the innings.
Getting the field right. Skipper Amanda Edwards. 4 fielders out now. Cover, third, deep third, fine leg and mid wicket. Into the surface. Some pace off of it as well, Tanya Martin, but it's a wide. They'll take all the help they can get. Barbados 47 for 4, 14th over starting. A lot will rely on Nijani Kamabach. We'll hope that she can stay there and look to bat to the 20th over. Full delivery driven nicely. Just can't beat the fielder Hector there. But that was a glorious shot from Kamabach for 1.
It's a full delivery, just coming onto her front foot, driving it. The fielder there at mid-on coming around. A direct hit might have been interesting on that occasion.
More than interesting, wasn't it? And looking at the replay there, direct hit and she was gone. Even if the fielder perhaps had collected it as well, she was way short. But she survives. 49 for 4. Alisa Scantlebury now on strike. Yeah, another wide, second wide now in this over. That brings up the 50 as well for Barbados.
A bit belatedly from a Barbadian perspective, but they'll welcome that 50. They'll welcome the extras as well from the Leeward Island team. Haven't been able to score consistently. So any sort of help or assistance they get in terms of extras, they'll be quite pleased.
Oh, and she's bold. Soft dismissal, you'll say. Just straight through her. Alisa Scantlebury has to go back without making an impact. Dismissed without scoring.
A good delivery there, just angling back into the right-hander. Played all around it. There's Scantlebury. She goes without troubling the scorers, and the Leeward Islands continue to plug away at this batting order of the Barbadian team. They're now 50 for the loss of 5.
Yeah, 50 now for 5 Barbados. Alison Gordon in that game had a decent partnership with Kaisha on the night. Wasn't able to get them over the line though. Much like that will be required here with Nijani Cumberbatch.
Partnerships, that is needed from the Barbadian perspective. They haven't been able to forge any sort of significant partnership so far in the innings, which has resulted in their current position, 50 for 5, into over number 14. Leeward Islands, they form partnerships in terms of bowling partnerships, which are equally as important as the batting partnerships. So they've been able to bowl in tandem, the Leeward Islands, and they've really made consistent progress as it relates to getting the wickets of the Barbadian team.
Another pace-off delivery there from Tonya Martin. 2 bounces on the way to the keeper after passing the stump.
We had a conversation earlier in terms of what can we expect from the tournament, and I spoke about the development of the seaming options. I think that's an area that the senior team is lacking to some extent, as it's a full delivery called a no ball quite rightly by umpire Byam. Just losing the bearings on that occasion, Martin.
Yeah, very full delivery. Alison Gordon looked as if she was going to get out of the way at first, but then realized it wasn't at the line of her body. Got in line and getting off the mark in her effort. Nijani Cumberbatch is on strike now. She has to make the most of this free hit delivery. Haven't seen a lot of freebies tonight from the Leeward Islands.
It's an opportunity here for Cumberbatch to get something in the middle of the bat and find the bungery. Bungeries, as we mentioned, have been at a premium, not only in this encounter, but throughout the tournament so far. Cumberbatch has been quite brisk in terms of her operations. She has managed to run hard between the wickets. So it's an opportunity for a free hit. This one is outside the off stump, signal wide by umpire Byam. So the free hit still remains.
Yeah, she's looking to take pace off and also keep it out of the hitting arc, so operating on that wider line as well. But in doing that, it's expected that at times you might get it too wide. And we've seen that around 3 times in this over so far from Tonya Martin. So the planning is good, but the execution not so much just yet.
Punching this one is Cumberbatch, but straight to the fielder on the long off bungery, so a single off the free hit.
Yeah, Cumberbatch just admonishing herself there at the non-strikers and saying she probably should have done better with that. It's just a single. A wide delivery, but a really good take by the keeper, Renice Boyce, moving to her left to collect that. Clean glove work from her. Good lateral movement as well. That time she bowls it into the surface. It sat up nicely And Gordon is able to get it into the gap. Won't get a boundary, but they come back for 3. And they take that. They need that and more. Barbados. Field is pushed back now. Kimberly Anthony, not all the way on the off the boundary. Play and a miss to end that over. Barbados 58 for 5.
Quite productive over there for the Barbadians. 11 runs coming from that over. Also lost a wicket in that over. So 58 for 5. That run rate creeping over 4 runs per over for the first time in this innings. That's something that they'll want to continue to improve on if they are to put up a competitive total. 6 overs remaining in the innings. Captain Edwards have a job here to manipulate her bowlers in the best interest of the team. Can they continue to put pressure on the Barbadian middle to lower order? Barbados, though, they will need a partnership. Cumberbatch has played quite well so far, 11 from 16 deliveries, so they'll be banking on her to bat the majority of these remaining 6 overs.
Gordon on strike. Looking to walk that one to the leg side.
She struck outside the off stump.
Yeah, good decision from the umpire.
Quite unorthodox in terms of that shot. Might be better serve trying to punch that one through the offside. It's important for her here just to get a single and give as much of the strike to Cumberbatch, who we have seen is quite capable with the bat. Good looking shot though, delivery on the line of the leg stump, sweeping it neatly behind square on the leg side. Should be able to get 2 runs quite comfortably. 60 for 5.
Yeah, we've had the conversation about the number of dot balls in the tournament. Also, the sort of stranglehold that slow bowlers have on the batters in the tournament as well. That's an area that needs to be looked at and needs to be improved.
Agreed. It's just about playing more cricket, these female cricketers. Getting used to situations, getting used to how to adapt to these situations. It's all good and well to speak about these things, but going out into the middle and executing is where it lies. Because I'm sure at the start of every game, it's something the coaching staff would mention. Try and maximize the use of the power play. Try and look for the singles in the middle overs. Try and finish on a high. That's the ideal operation in terms of the entire 20 overs. As this one, looking to pull it onto the leg side there was Cumberbatch, missing it completely. The end of a very good over again from Maynard. She has started well, 2 overs, 1 for 7. Barbados continue to show some slow progress, must be said. 61 for 5, 5 overs remaining. No.
Slow progress here from Barbados. Coming into the back end of things here. They need to finish this game with the momentum in their half. Kato rightly mentioned there must be some talks about how they want to play their game from the coaches, how they want to use the power play, how they want to go through the middle phase, and how they want to end the game. Still not seeing something like a clear plan in how they want to back through the power play. Good start here. Claxton with ball in hand again. Good start. First delivery. 5 overs left in this. They need to finish well, Leewards. They have been bowling pretty well throughout this game, picking up wickets at the right time. Every time Barbados seems to sort of get going, they always peg them back by picking up a wicket. And a scrunch to the offside. Would it go to the boundary? Not sure. No, it won't. They get 2 though. Definitely could have been a 3 because of the throw.
Yeah, could have had a 3rd for sure, these Barbados batters, and I think they realized that a bit too late though. She played it really well, but was indecisive as to whether to come back for the 3rd. And the throw wasn't accurate at all. So the 3rd was definitely on.
Well, it wasn't the best of throws. Should have looked for a 3rd one.
Yeah, reinforcements now on that cover boundary. Fielder going back, Roselle Leeward.
Finish a quarter 4 overs as well. Turn that one on the leg side. Quick one. Maynard couldn't stop it.
Yeah, and you need to see more of this from Barbados. The last 5, you don't want to be stuck in the last phase of the game, only probably making 15 runs or so. So, yes, you haven't started well for the first 15, so you have to look to capitalize on the last phase of the game. I haven't seen a lot of teams done that well. You mentioned the power play, the last part of the game as well. Last 5 has been a struggle for a number of teams. Nicely played and through the legs of the fielder Tonya Martin, and picks up a boundary for Barbados, a much needed one. It was struck firmly. She thought that she wasn't going to get full toll for it, but the misfield come in, the error in the field allowed her to pick up that boundary. Nijani Kamabach.
A well-needed boundary as well. Lapse in concentration there. They need to finish well. They have the screws on. It's Leeward Islands. They're now changing the field. Saxena just coming up, short, fine leg. Pushing back the long on now. This one is cut behind point. Well, drive behind point, that is.
Yeah.
Want to get to the boundary. We have said that a lot today, Stacey.
Yeah, and you see the difference in the approach with pace coming onto the ball for these Barbados batters. When the spin is on, you see a lot less in terms of their decision making, in terms of their power and timing. When the pace is on the ball, they look a lot more assured. Slow one that time from Claxton. Good thinking from her, good change up. They still managed to squeeze a single, and they come through for a second as well because the fielder took her time to get to the ball. So good alert running from these 2 batters to pick up a second run where it should have been 1.
Really sloppy. When you have a team down, you have to keep them down. Or when you have it tight, you have to keep them tight. A good slow delivery from Claxton. You don't want to ease things up. The score is now 72 for 5. You have seen the run rate of this tournament so far. The average run rate of this tournament is around 4 or so. Maybe it could be 3.5 or so. The average run rate of this tournament. You want to be better than that? This is your regional tournament. The next level after this is international cricket. You must be able to score easily or show some intent of scoring. We're not really seeing the clear intent of how they want to score. Not for all players. We're seeing a different level in terms of down the ground she goes, but missing everything. Easy work there by the keeper. Another wicket for Maynard. Going down the ground, true baton pad she went. Is Maynard gone? Is gone. She should just run the rest straight outside, Stacey.
Yeah, good bowling from Maynard. Good easy stumping for boys. But I was thinking to myself, I've been impressed with Gordon in terms of her process when she comes to the middle. She's not a power hitter, and she recognizes that. She's been rotating the strike well for the two games I've seen her so far. On that occasion, saying maybe I need to step it up and just missing one and boys doing the rest. So that was a good partnership in the context of the game, in the context of how the game has gone so far between Cumberbatch and Gordon. 72 now for 6 Barbados.
Stacey, it's just, for me, it's just the intent to score runs and having a clear idea of what works for you and where you score runs most of the time. You must have that knowledge as a player, how you want to score, where you want to score, and pick the right deliveries to score to. She was nowhere close to the pitch of that delivery. Run down the pitch, and boys did the rest. Flighted on the line of the off stump again.
New batter is Shanika Bruce. She needs to be able to stay there with Cumberbatch as long as she's there. Try and emulate what Gordon did. Squeeze a single there.
Looking at the score now, it's 73 for 6. From what we have seen here so far, throughout yesterday and today, definitely would say the average score here somewhere around 70, 75.
Oh, slam back down the ground that time. Won't get to the boundary. But hit with some power from Cumberbatch. Yeah, only one team has been able to get to 100 batting force, and that was Trinidad and Tobago, scoring 114. But even then, the way they finished their innings, just scoring 23 runs in the last 5 and losing 5 wickets as well. Certainly an area that a lot of the teams have to work on, finishing the back end of a batting innings.
And it is something that our co-commentator in Kato said. You're not seeing the clear plans. It's the end of the over. It was 74 for 6. But you're not seeing the clear plan. And you're wondering, what are the discussions before coming out to bat? To some extent, you would say that you're seeing some plans in regards to bowling.
Yeah, I'll give Trinidad and Tobago, because of the way they went about it in that first game, when they lost that first wicket of Janaba, Cooper and Vincent, they worked the middle part of the game well, picking off singles at will, getting the odd boundaries, but they weren't able to launch at the back end. So they sort of had a plan in terms of how they were going to go about it. Just didn't come off at the back end.
That's one team that we would definitely see here from the comebacks that show that they understand what is needed in the middle. And that middle was really supported by Brittany Cooper having a conversation with Vincent through that middle phase. She did score 53 in that game. Cooper scoring 47. Today again, Cooper showing maturity, batting through the game. And this is what you want from your senior players.
Yeah, and this is not what you want for Leeward Islands. Their over rate is very slow. 17 overs have been bowled, and they're already over the time. That's amazing, given how slowly Barbados batted as well. Not a lot of boundaries hit.
This could be close. Yes, it is. She's a goner. Kamabash is gone. Trying to steal a run here. Well, it's Bruce. My apologies. Trying to sweep that one. Good work from Hector. Good sharp work. And the keeper doing some fine. We have to look at this again. We have to look at this again, Stacey. We want to see the replay again here.
Yeah, it needs a lot of look, but the umpire has already made his decision. And yeah, they're looking for runs. Got there, tried to sweep, but a good sharp return by Hector. I think it looks okay. I think it looks okay.
Did the ball fell out of her hands before she took the bails off? Just need a second look here. I'm not sure if our director can give us another look.
To me, it looked as if the ball was barely hanging on in her gloves when she broke the stump. And then it fell out. Well, we'll have another look.
It was a good work by Henry. Good work from her. The keeper collected the ball.
Yeah, it was barely.
Saved by the bell, I would say, Stacey.
Something I'll say though for this tournament, as Amanda Edwards comes into bowl to Cornell, and there's a huge mix-up. Couldn't collect that time, Rini's boys, and Nijani Kamabat survives. Think they should have gone at the other end though. They wanted to get that wicket of Kamabat. She's on strike, Cornell is off the mark. Yeah, what I wanted to say as well, I mean, I think we have enough in terms of the technology that even here we can still somehow be able to have a third umpire review for runouts and stumping. Because even you look at that there, you had a clear angle that you could work with if you had a third umpire replay. Sometimes some teams might feel aggrieved with some decisions.
In my opinion, Stacey, it looks pretty close.
There you go. There you go. You're saying it looks pretty close.
If we have the use of technology, would have still been here trying to get it right, I would say, if it was a third umpire call.
Giving herself some room. Kamabat, not able to get it past the infield.
Was really good work from Hector though. Picked up the ball clean. Good bouncing show to the keeper at good height, just over the stump. Giving herself a little bit of room, pulling it over mid-wicket. They would pick up two. Kamabash have to be the one to stay there to the end.
Yeah, that was nicely played from her, hitting the pocket well. So she was able to get back for two. Importantly, getting it over that fielder, Melissia Clark. Very short at mid-wicket.
Sweeping again is Kamabash. Good work from Hector. Seems like she owned that position on the field. But it's the end of the over. It's 77 for 7. Just 2 overs left, Stacey. From your estimation, how much you think they can get?
Given the way they've batted, Cumberbatch is there. Connell is now on strike. I know she has the ability to hit some long balls. Haven't seen it in a while, but she does have that ability. If I had to guess, I'm gonna say 90. I think they might be able to get up to 90. So 13 runs from 2 overs. It is possible.
90 is definitely a good score from what we have seen here so far throughout the tournament. Barbados do possess some good bowlers. So if they can get up to 95 or 100, I think that's a good total. Looking at what we're seeing here in the tournament. Skipper Edwards just pushing back the long off, knowing that Connell can hit a big ball. Through the square leg region. Could easily get 2 here.
Yeah, they did so in the end. So a good start, you say, for Barbados. Any run scored in this period is gold for them. Don't want to be facing a lot of dot deliveries. Umpires are having a discussion. Not quite sure what it's about, but we'll proceed. Use of the feet, getting that long handle out. Picks up another 2. Connell moves the score up to 81 now.
What we're getting here from Connell is definitely goal, especially in the back end here for Barbados.
Also have to remember there are only 3 fielders allowed outside of the inner ring. Use of the feet again. Getting a quick single. Cumberbatch survives. Yeah, just 3 fielders out because that over rate was slow.
Just a little bit surprised that they do have a slow over rate with a diet of spin.
Yeah, not a lot of extras bowl as well in terms of wides and no balls, and not a lot of boundaries hit also. I guess they took a lot of time to select their bowlers and get their field placement right.
This one just punch out to cover. Just a single though.
Yeah, so far it hasn't hurt them either. Barbados haven't been able to hit the boundaries at will. So having that extra fielder in the circle hasn't hurt them that much as yet.
With what I'm seeing here from Connell, she's looking to go. Not really getting full connection this time. Cannot find the middle of the bat. Good delivery from Maynard. Finding the upper half of the bat could have been a ball on caught.
Yeah, I think she only knows one way, Connell. Loves to get on with it.
Definitely should have been a catch.
2 fielders. The bowler was going for it. There was a fielder running in as well. And no one took it in the end. Leeward, I think, the fielder running in there. And the bowler, Maynard. So pace to close things out. So Hector, to bowl a final over of this Barbados innings. Connell on strike. She starts with a slower one. She gets it down the ground. Anthony cleans it up. Kamabach is on strike. Can she make the most of this next 5 deliveries? Try and get Barbados up to close to 90 or 95. They're running for everything. They're running for everything. And there's a fumble. Gets that first run easily.
Bowling that fuller length nicely. Last over. She just need to finish with a bit of momentum here. Shorter delivery, slow into the pitch. Good delivery from Hector.
Yeah, again, I tell you, it's really smart bowling. The way she's using those short deliveries.
Kind of losing the long handler over the mid-on fielder. It wouldn't get to the boundary. Another 2. They've been dealing in 2s today. Well, most of the day, actually.
Look to have taken some pace off that one. Perhaps why it didn't travel to the boundary, but got enough on it to get it over the infield. Importantly, Connell changing personnel now. Skipper Amanda Edwards switches with Kimberly Anthony. He's going closer to the boundary, out of the inner ring.
Another slow delivery into the pitch. Easy catch for Claxton. Picking up another wicket here is Hector. Really good delivery. Into the pitch, slow. You have to use your power there, Connell, to get runs off of that delivery. Smart here from Hector. Another wicket for Leewards.
Yeah, continuing with her bowling intelligence on show here, Shanisha Hector. I think Connell had the right option. It was short, it was into the service. She was looking to go over on the offside, but just the lack of pace on that occasion accounting for her dismissal. New batter in Keelia Elliott. Leg spinner. Picked up 5 wickets in that game against Trinidad and Tobago. There's one delivery to face. Has to make the most of it.
Well, the score is up at 88 now. Just one delivery. Wide from Hector. Not what she wants at this point in time. They will definitely get 2.
Yeah, I said 90. They're now up to 91. Barbados. Not bad in terms of my predicting skills. Still have another ball to go.
Feel like I want to test you here, Stacey, with this last delivery. You and your predictions. Where this is going to go now, Stacey?
1 run. And they get a bye. I should play the lottery tomorrow, Kesrick.
You should definitely do that. But it's the end of the innings, the Barbados batting innings. They only get to 91. Really good stuff here from the Leeward Island bowlers. Really like what I saw here today from them. Bowl a lot better than they did in the last game. Just 93 to get now when they come back out to bat. Barbados, they didn't really get the start that they wanted. They lose wickets regular in the middle. Never really got that start. Leeward Islands always pegged them back, only could get to 92. We'll take a short break here in the come box, and we'll be right back to continue the second innings here. Leeward Islands needing 93 for victory.
Back here to the Annisville Sporting Complex. Action between Barbados and Leeward Islands. Barbados putting up a total of 92 runs on the board. Leeward Islands about to start their reply. Just to give you a recap, Leeward Islands, they won the toss, decided to have a bowl first, and they bowled well indeed, restricting Barbados to less than 100, picking up 8 wickets as well. But we've seen that runs on the board, that old adage of runs on the board is runs on the board, hasn't it? We saw that game between Trinidad and Tobago versus Jamaica go right down to the wire. Similarly as well, that game, Guyana versus Windward Islands. Left to be seen the approach that Leeward Islands take in this game, as we are here at the scenic Annisville Sporting Complex in the beautiful island of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The two openers, Kiana Joseph and Melicia Clark at the non-strikers end. Shamilia Connell with ball in hand. About to start things off here for Barbados. A slip in place, Scantleberry. I beg your pardon, Tiani Herbert Mayers in slip. Should be an exciting contest either way you take it, hasn't it?
Yes, I think so, in terms of what we've seen preceding this game.
Some wit to start into the surface that time, Shamilia Connell, and hit hard to that cover fielder, Kaishona Knight. Kiana Joseph off the mark.
It's interesting to see the field placed at the start of this innings. There was a fielder there at deep third man and deep extra cover. So clearly it's a plan to limit the impact of Joseph on the offside, giving a bit of cushion to Connell at first delivery, giving a bit of room outside the off stump, and played out to one of those deep fielders we alluded to.
Bowling to Melicia Clark. Didn't really get off in that first game. Will be looking to make amends in her second. Has the ability to strike the ball quite well, Clark. Connell herself will be looking to get on the board in terms of wickets in this tournament. Was unlucky in that first game versus Trinidad and Tobago. 2 drop catches off her bowling. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. We just spoke about the drop catches. And man, she's pulled off a blinder. Unbelievable.
Brilliant there from Shamilia Connell. It was struck fiercely by Clark. Just stuck out her right palm. And in the end, a very good catch. Just the start that the Barbadian team would have wanted. Leeward Islands, they lose their first wicket. They're 1 run on the board.
Wow, look at that catch. I mean, it's a bit laughable when you see the replay. It looks as if she was getting out of the way, just put down her hand, and it stuck. Wonderful scenes here. Shamilia Connell dropped a much easier return catch against Trinidad and Tobago. It was a dolly. That occasion, my word, reflexes on that occasion from Shamilia Connell. And the first blow for Windward Islands, Leeward Islands, I beg your pardon, losing that wicket of Melicia Clark. New batter now, Shanisha Hector. No, she can strike the ball, Melicia Clark. She hit it quite powerfully as well.
It's all about the approach here from the Leeward Island team. It has to be a measured approach. Yes, they are attacking players by instinct. Quite naturally, you'll see that attacking display coming out, but they have to be quite smart about how they go about operations, especially here in the power play. It's a total that would require a smart mode of operation if they are to overhaul it. 93 for victory.
You see Connell taking that catch. If it was dropped, I believe it would have hurt, hasn't it? No wringing of the hands from her. First wicket to her name. Playing that one straight back that time, Hector. So far, Leeward Islands, they're hitting the ball fiercely. Seeing a lot of power from them. Just 4 balls into this innings.
quite forceful in terms of their stroke play. It's played a lot of shots, although we are just 4 deliveries into this innings.
To be a touch slow on that occasion there, Shamilia Connell.
Hector opening the bowling for the Leeward Island team, coming in at number 3. So her all-around efforts would be quite crucial to the outcome of this game.
Tugging this one to the onside. They look for a single. Good fielding there by Asabi Calendar. Barbados, they look up for this challenge. Leeward Islands, after the first, they are 1 for 1.
A very good start there from Connell, leading from the front. The captain will be quite pleased with her efforts. So far, they'll need to take wickets in the power play, and at the same time, they'll need to be restrictive as well. Something we saw from the Leeward Island team when they bowled. Something we saw in the previous game as well, between Jamaica and Trinidad. Stifled the progress of the opposition in the power play, and that really put a lot of pressure on the middle order. Ideally, Leeward Islands will want somebody in their top 4 or so to bat as long as possible and carry this innings right through. Something that we saw Cooper did for Trinidad and Tobago. So a similar effort is needed. Required run rate just around 4.84. Don't want that to get to 6 or so anytime soon.
Yeah, you're right, Osnet. The perfect balance needs to be created in terms of saving runs and then trying to find a way to take wickets. But these two batters, and predominantly the majority of the batters for Leeward Islands, they are boundary hitters. They love to go big. You won't see a lot of quick singles being taken. Alison Gordon now with ball in hand. Gets an edge to start and pick up a single. So good start from her with ball in hand, picking up the edge of Kiana Joseph, but it didn't have a slip.
Gordon doesn't have a lot of pace, but has good control over her lines, her lengths. Bowl quite straight. So it's all about finding the right lines earlier on in the piece. Gordon doesn't want to give away too much to these two Leeward Islanders.
Yeah, and you know what she'll offer you? She'll try to keep the ball up to the stump, get it as full as possible. The idea is for her to not err short, because that will be runs given the pace that she bowls at. So the mode of operation for her is try to keep it up to the half of the batters, upper half of the stump. That one on the line of the leg stump. So Hector gets off the mark now.
Just about getting a partnership here for the Leeward Islands, Hector and Joseph. Partnerships, something that we have not seen a lot of in the tournament so far.
Tugging that one off the off stump to the leg side, but straight to that fielder, Tiani Herbert Mayers. Nicely timed. Couldn't stop that one, Scantleberry. Really good timing on that occasion there, Kiana Joseph.
A good looking shot there from Joseph. Not trying to overhit that delivery. Just standing tall and punching it through the covers. Bit of a misfield. Allowed the opportunity for that single. Score moves up to 4 for 1. Not the briskest start we'll see. This delivery a bit misdirected. There from Gordon on the line of the leg stump. Signal wide quite rightfully from umpire Byam.
Yeah, good take as well by Kaisia Knight behind the stump. Not a lot of pace on it, so had enough time to move to her left to collect that. Yeah, hit on the up there, Hector, but the fielder is back on the circle. Sorry, back on the boundary, Asabi Calendar. Fuller, but dip in to Kiana Joseph to end the second over. Leeward Islands 6 for 1 after 2.
A quite sedate starter from the Leeward Islands, responding to 92 for 8. They are 6 for 1. Oh. Just need to preserve their wicket, the Leeward Island team. Don't want to find yourself 20 for free in the power play. So I think it's quite important that they preserve their wickets. At the same time, it's important that they get the ball into the gaps as much as possible. Score boundaries whenever those opportunities present themselves. Good piece of cricket on that occasion, Hector. Working it into the leg side, and her partner responded in the affirmative. 7 for 1.
Yeah, really good. Aware that the field is on the edge of the 25-yard circle, and know that it was easy enough for them to get back get through for a single there.
Work neatly again behind square on the leg side for another single. So good piece of cricket here from the Leeward Islands. Both Joseph and Hector seem to be prepared to walk the ball into the gaps. We know they have the power to hit the boundaries, but it's going to be equally important that they turn the strike around, left hand, right hand combination as well. It's a shot and pull through square leg into the fence for 4. Just reflecting what I just spoke about in terms of having the power to hit boundaries. A short delivery there from Connell, not having enough pace to trouble the likes of Hector, and pull that one behind square for her first boundary, the first boundary of the innings as well. Leeward Islands, they are 12 for 1.
Yeah, picking the length well on that occasion. Shanisha Hector waited on it nicely, getting in good position as well, good balance, and swiveling around to get it to the boundary for 4. Haven't seen a lot of balls fly to the boundaries for 4, but such was the power on that shot.
Well, it's a length that Hector should be quite comfortable with, seeing that it's a length that she utilizes a lot in her bowling effort. So on the line of the leg stump again, good cricket from Hector.
Yeah, I'll give it to them. Both batters, yes, we talk about the power that they possess, but they recognize that they can't just sit and wait on bad deliveries to put away. When there's a single and offer, they have to pick the gap, and they're doing that quite well. So good, intelligent cricket on show here from these two batters so far.
Good comeback there from Connell. Just back of a length, not offering any sort of room. Joseph, I think we've seen enough of her to know that she thrives on room outside the off stump where she's able to free her arms. That fielder station at deep extra cover. It's a crucial position, a run-saving position. Once again, good line, good length. So good end to the over there from Connell. Leeward Islands, they're 13 for 1, 3 overs completed.
Yeah, they had the benefit as well, Leeward Islands and Barbados as well, to see how the other 2 games went. They saw how easy it is for persons to get stuck when they're not rotating the strike. So it's good to see these 2 batters learning from what happened today and implementing the picking of the gaps in their innings so far. Mainly Hector, she's 8 of 8 deliveries.
Just need to make this effort sustainable. Still a lot of overs left as this one is powered on through the onside. Should get close to the boundary. In fact, rushes into the boundary at this time. So a good period here for Hector and the Leeward Islands as she hits her second boundary. The total now up to 17 for 1.
Yeah, really good bat swing there from Hector. High bat lift as well. Getting it into that pocket, that vacant pocket. It shows how important it is to get into your batting innings. Just started, but in good flow. Shanisha Hector.
This one is punched down the ground. Good singer as well. So both of these players seem to understand each other very well. Good communication channels. Having hit the boundary previously, getting a single the next delivery. So good batting from the top order here of the Leeward Islanders.
Yeah, it may have been interesting had Trishan Holder picked it up cleanly. It wasn't meant to be. So Hector off strike now, doing it quite nicely so far for Leeward Islands.
For a moment there, she was winding up for a big shot there, Kiana Joseph. In the end, just working it neatly into the leg side again for another single. These singles really hurt the Barbadian team, scoring singles both sides of the wicket as well. So they haven't found the consistency, Gordon and Connell, to these two. This one on the line of the leg stump, getting a bit of bat on it. Should evade the fielder there at short, fine leg. Coming back for a second. So a bit of intent, a bit of purpose into the batting effort, something that we have not seen a lot of today. But quite refreshing from the perspective of a neutral, those fans that are gathered in here tonight to witness this encounter.
Yeah, it's exciting to see, as you mentioned, from a neutral perspective and a West Indian fan, the way that Hector has decided to approach our batting innings so far.
8 runs from this over. We're looking to finish well, Gordon. She's swinging this one again, all the way for 6. For a while there, they feel the calendar here on the long on boundary was in business, but such is the power of Hector. Again, timing this one to perfection. Big part of the ground. But the first 6 of this innings, the Leeward Islands, they march on to 27 for 1, 4 overs completed.
Yeah, really good strike there from Hector, showing her power, understanding her strength. Perhaps if Calendar was on the edge of the rope, though, may have been interesting. It just barely went over the rope for 6.
It's fearless cricket from Hector, must be said. The fielder there stationed, one of the 2 fielders allowed outside the circle in the power play. That didn't deter her one bit. It was in her arc, in her zone. In the end, just clearing Calendar by the finest of margins. Leeward Islands, they now need 66 from 16 overs. That required a rate just around 4.1. Currently scoring at 6.75. So a quite positive start from the Leeward Islands in this reply.
Change of bowling now, Shanika Bruce replacing Shamilia Connell. So wide to start.
Barbadian team opting for the pace options at the start of this innings. Haven't seen a lot of that throughout the tournament. Most teams have employed spin quite quickly.
Yeah, they do have 3 spinners in this lineup, Barbados. You have Keelia Elliott who picked up 5 wickets. Good stop there by Scanterbury. In that encounter against Trinidad and Tobago, Keelia Elliott picking up 5 wickets. Theani Herbert Mayers was also used, and Nigel Cumberbatch as well, who I can remember against this opposition last year. picked up 4 wickets. I see her getting warm now.
He's hitting this one, but straight to the fielder there at mid-off, and she's dropped it. A quite simple opportunity, must be said. Joseph, she was already on her way. When she realized that she didn't get enough contact on that shot through the offside, let's just hope that no damage done to the fielder there as the fielder comes on to the field.
Yeah, should have had a second, Barbados. Should have had a second. I think it looked a simple enough chance. Then she jumped and lost sight of it, and it fell through her hands. I don't think the jump was necessary. It looked as if it was going straight to her, into her hands in the way it was positioned. Kiana Joseph, as you mentioned, was already on her way back to the pavilion. It wasn't struck with any sort of power also.
I think she was in two minds in terms of whether or not she'll go reverse cup. In the end, not making a sort of connection with that ball to cushion that effort from Joseph. She lives to fight another day. 28 for 1. Bruce will tell you that it should have been 28 for 2.
Yeah, all these little moments will certainly come back to hurt you.
He's driving this one. Getting the outer portion of the bat is Joseph. Should be able to get a single quite comfortably. That's all they will get. One more to the total. 29 for 1. In terms of these two players, though, they seem to enjoy the pace, the ball coming onto the bat, quite naturally. Openers tend to feel that way. So I'm thinking from a Barbados perspective, the introduction of spin shouldn't be too far away in terms of taking the pace off the ball. On the line of the leg stump, just misdirecting that delivery is Bruce. Maybe the right and left hand combination proving to be difficult for her. One more added to the total. These extras adding up for the Leeward Islands. 30 for 1. This partnership 29 from 25 deliveries. Another delivery punched down the ground by Hector. Doing it quite easy. Smart cricket, I would say.
Yeah, she looks good, Hector. Looks dangerous. Partnership of note. 30 runs from 26 balls.
Driving again is Joseph to the right of the fielder there at cover. Gets a single. Total goes up to 32 for 1. That over conceding 5 runs. Should have had a wicket there, Bruce. Drop catch in that over of Joseph. But Leeward Islands responding to 92 for 8 made by Barbados. They are 32 for 1. Hector, she's there on 22 from 14 deliveries. And Joseph, she's on 7 from 14. Very good progress so far from the Leeward Islands. Total of 93 for victory. Making some progress into the commentary box as well is Kesrick Williams. Kesrick, welcome back.
Indeed, a good welcome. 32 or 5 overs. Probably one of the better power plays we would have seen throughout this tournament. So it's definitely a good welcome.
Cumberbatch it is. This one is short and pulled past backward square. And should get into the boundary. Will it? Touch and go, I would say. 2 runs completed. I'm not sure if umpire Byam is in a position to make a decision relating to how close that was to the boundary. I'm sure we'll see a replay at some point.
Definitely, we should see a replay. Get really close to the boundary, and I'm pretty sure that the Leeward Island batters is probably gutted by the amount of times they have hit the ball. And not just Leewards, also all teams probably gutted the amount of times they have hit the ball with such ferocious power, and it's just holding up on the edge just before it get onto the ropes. Must be frustrating, Kato.
Indeed, so these two are quite powerful strikers of the cricket ball. Joseph seen her power on a couple of occasions, and of course we've seen Hector clearing the boundary over and beyond. Cumberbatch looking to bring a sense of calmness to proceedings, a degree of control for her captain, given the start that we have seen from the Leeward Islands. So when it's short again, pulling it. In a similar region, not enough power on this occasion. Limited to a single. 36 for 1. Spoke about.
Still one of the better power plays that we definitely would have seen. It's still early in the tournament, Kato, so we probably might see better. But when you have batters at the crease like Joseph and Hector, with the power that they possess, you would definitely see something like this. This time back on her back foot, pulling that one through mid-wicket. Definitely would get to the boundary this time. A lot of power, aggression from Hector. Really well played, finding the gap as well, Kato.
Continues to impress, using the depth of the crease there, Hector, going back onto her back foot and just finding the gap on the leg side between that fielder, long on and deep mid-wicket. So a lot to discuss there for the captain and her bowler, Cumberbatch, in terms of trying to limit the scoring opportunities of these two. We spoke about the power play. We have definitely seen a bit of power reflected in this power play. The last game we saw a power play of 7 runs by Jamaica, as this is an inside edge quite close to the off stump. A single as well. So everything going the way of the Leeward Island team at this point. Run rate of 7.03. Making maximum use of this power play, 1 delivery remaining.
Exactly what we want to see, especially at this level, Kato. Really good power play from Hector and Joseph. Both batters batting well. Hector being the aggressor. You normally would see Joseph being the aggressor. This time, definitely, I guess she was listening to me, Kato. 4 runs, easily over mid-wicket, hefty blow.
The last delivery of the power play proven to be productive for the Leeward Island team. Joseph using her levers, getting it just a couple bounces into the fence for 4. So good end to the power play. And at the end of the 6th over, Leeward Islands chasing a total of 93. They are 45 for 1.
As long as these two batters take it deep, we may see an early night tonight, Kato. I guess it's safe to say if both batters are still there at 10 overs, probably would be very close to finishing the game. Really good going from both batters here.
Well, we spoke about the car racing next door earlier, Keswick. This partnership definitely rivaling that competition we have just adjacent to the playing field. As Bruce continues, driven nicely again by Hector. Good smart cricket.
Well, I'm not sure if they went to the car racing after their bowling innings and picked up some speed. But they're really chugging along nicely here as Leeward Islands, and that is what you will expect from them with a batter like Joseph at the top. Kiana Joseph, that is. Originally from the Windward Island, but moved over to the Leeward Islands now. She's living in the Leeward Islands, so she's now playing for the Leeward Islands. What an addition that is for Leeward Island cricket. Not only she's going to come there and be that start that you want at the top of the innings, but with the international experience to the younger players in the team, she'll definitely send a helping hand to those.
Punched again, down too long off. Something we've seen quite a bit of from these two. Playing in the V, not taking any undue risk. It's been a very selective performance in terms of shot selection. They've run well between the wickets. Just a very good partnership. 46 ongoing. Good full length delivery there from Bruce. We spoke about the bowling options of the Barbadian team, Keswick, in terms of their tendency to utilize a lot of seam options in the power play. I think it's fair to say that that would have played into the hands of the Leeward Island top order by way of Hector and Joseph, who seem to have enjoyed that extra pace coming onto the bat, allow them to play their shots. This one again is powered all the way for 6. Juicy full toss served up by Bruce. And Hector said, thank you very much. 6 more added to the total. Score moves up now to 53 for 1. That 50 coming up in 6.5 overs. Very good batting effort so far from these two. Hector races up to 34 from 19. Bruce again, another full delivery, this time punched down the ground. So smart cricket again from Hector, having scored a boundary from the previous delivery. Just punching that one down the ground. Ending the over. Very good one again for the Leeward Islands. And after 7 overs, they are 54 for 1. Chasing 93 for victory in match number 3. Day number 2 in the Cricket West Indies T20 Blaze.
Really taking charge of things here is the Leeward Islands. And they're scoring as well. Run rate of 7 is really good. Probably the first time we're seeing a run rate of 7 so far in the tournament.
This one is punched down the ground as we see Elliott being introduced into the attack, trying to stem the flow of runs at this time for the Barbadian team. 55 for 1. Into over number 8. That required run rate just around 2.96. Just around 2.96 required. So way ahead of the required rate at this time, the Leeward Islands. Barbadian team, Holden Company, searching for answers. They'll be hoping that Elliott can provide some remorse for them. Field there, free fielders back on the leg side. This one is crashed to the offside. Powerful shot again from Kiana Joseph. Should challenge the boundary. In fact, rushes into the boundary now. So that momentum again with the Leeward Island team. A flighted delivery outside the off stump. Joseph allowed to free your arms, and as we mentioned earlier, anytime that happens, normally ends up in a boundary. She rushes on to 19. Leeward Islands now up to 59 for 1. Need a further 34 runs in 76 deliveries. This partnership really denting the confidence of the Barbadian team as this one is punched out to cover. Chance for run out. Just didn't gather in time there. The fielder in the cover region, I think it's Holder. An opportunity there for a run out. Really need to take the opportunities given the pressure that they have been under for the last 7 overs or so.
It's the only thing that's going to bring them back into this game is taking every single opportunity, no matter how slim it is. Leeward Islands is really batting them out of this game. Joseph and Hector Flighted again over the mid-wicket boundary. Definitely 4. Lovely shot again by Joseph. Some power on show here from both batters. Kato.
Indeed, so the momentum really with the Leeward Islands at this time. Looking at the field, there's a field there at a deep mid-wicket, a field at cow corners, they would say, and a long on. But she was able to pierce that gap, that narrow gap between those two fielders, and get herself a boundary. Not a flighted delivery, it's a better shot over the offside this time around. The mid-off was in the circle, and there was Joseph, not trying to hit that one too hard, just standing tall and caressing it really in the end, into the fence for 4. So back-to-back boundaries here for the Leeward Islands. They're looking to wrap things up early.
Showing her class. Showing the reason why she's an international player. We have seen her score some runs at the international level with class as well. She packs a punch. It's Joseph. This time back on the back foot, just punching this one through mid-wicket for a single. Really smart cricket from Leeward Islands.
I think that has been the impressive thing about this partnership so far. Not only have they been able to find the boundary on occasions, but they've just walked the ball nicely into the gap. Get off strike. And it's the end of an expensive over there from Elliott, her first, going for 14 runs. So a bit of cruise control here for the Leeward Islands. They are 68 for 1, 8 overs completed. They need a further 25 runs to register their first victory in this tournament.
And what a first victory would be, Kato. With dominance from your senior players. Kiana Joseph just showing her class at the crease, her power, picking the gaps nicely as well. When you're batting like this, you leave her skipper clueless as to what should you do next. Scoring at a run rate of 8, the highest we have seen for the tournament. And it's surprising now that down the ground again, Joseph with power. With power, it's Joseph going down straight, hitting a lovely boundary. She looks like she's in firm control of this game now. It's Joseph.
Once again, that power on show, evident. Flighted delivery, and there goes Joseph. That fielder was up in the circle at mid-off. Had no chance, really, as that one sped across the outfield. The outfield definitely looking like it has changed between innings, Kesrick.
Not sure if the coach or Joseph or Hector used the lawnmower, the swipers on the field before they come out to bat, because surely this is not the same field.
A bit of tone, a bit slower. Well bowled there from Herbert Myers. Coming into a pressure situation. Leeward Islands on the go. Pressing that accelerator. Up to 72 for 1. Short delivery again this time. Not enough pace to work with. And something we spoke about earlier, whether or not spin could have been introduced a bit earlier to these two especially. Hindsight is a hell of a thing, as they would say. This one again, powered down the ground. This time, a couple of bounces to the fielder there on the long off boundary, limiting the batsman to a single, 73 for 1.
It's very rare in this tournament you would see batters striking above 100. But this is good from both batters. Hector on 36 off 21. Joseph on 33 off 30. So this is good. This is what we want to see, especially at this level. You expect a certain level of cricket from these players. The next level from here is the international level. So you expect a certain pedigree of play.
It's the end of A very good over there from Herbert Myers in the context of what has transpired before. Just 5 runs coming from it. Leeward Islands, they are 73 for 1. It's just the intent, I think, is so refreshing to see. But also the execution, that's always important. Elliott coming into her second over, looking to replicate her performance in the previous game. Got a 5-wicket haul. I'm sure her captain will be quite pleased if she is to replicate that performance. Looking highly unlikely at this time. So you never know. Just a wicket here can tilt the balance the way of the Barbadian team. They will have to still believe that they can get back into it, albeit a difficult task, especially against these two. This one is hit officially, not timed well on this occasion. Gets a single down to long off.
They just need to stay there. Don't need to do anything out of the ordinary. It's Hector and Joseph. Just 19 runs to get. Looking like they're batted on a different surface. It's both batters. Down the ground she goes. Drop catch from Cumberbatch. Straight into the boundary for 4.
A difficult chance, it must be said. There was the fielder coming across to her right. Calendar it is, number 32 on her back. Going for the catch. Sometimes it's so difficult diving forward. That ball just creeping under her and going into the fence. Another boundary. This one is a full-length delivery and she's gone. So a bit anticlimactic. They haven't hit a boundary the previous delivery. This time a full-length delivery. Missing it completely. Umpire Byam judging that one to be LBW. So a good breakthrough here for the Barbadian team. But not to take anything away from Shanisha Hector. It has been a brilliant performance from her. Shown with the ball and came in with the bat and really put her hand up and was counted. So she goes for 40 from 23 deliveries. Leeward Islands, they are 78 for 2.
Well, there's nothing she can do about it. She have to go. Would just love to see that replay again. From where I'm sitting, Cater, looks to me like it was going down a little bit. Just would love to see that decision again. At the end of the day, the umpire decision is final. Score is now 78 for 2. Just would love if my director can just give me just another shot of that replay.
Well, while we wait on that replay, Keswick, I think we can take some refreshments here in the commentary box as the players break as well for that drinks break. So we'll rejoin you in a short while with more live coverage. Well, welcome back to the Annisville Sporting Complex. Leeward Islands chasing a total of 93 for victory. They are quite on their way. They're 78 for 2. Last wicket, that of Hector. going to Elliott. Elliott getting something in that fourth column as the new player being Renice Boyce. And a chance for a run out here. A bit of panic from the Leeward Island team. Joseph not answering in the affirmative there from Boyce, but all's well. That ends well for Boyce and the Leeward Islands.
Not the time to panic, Leeward Islands. You're doing a fine job. For me, the new batter just need to turn over the strike to Joseph. Barbados woman making 92. I say Knight making 25. 2 for 15 for Hector and 2 for 16 for Maynard. Hector again in the runs column. 40. Joseph on 34.
Just requiring a further 15 runs, the Leeward Islands. That required run rate 1.48. So nothing to really worry about from a Leeward Island perspective. Just need to preserve their wickets. Just bat smartly for the remaining overs. How much that would be. So left to be seen as we see. A new over starting from that administrative center end. Herbert continuing proceedings. This one is hit. Outer portion of the bat should be caught. Yes, it is. So we were just speaking about their mode of operation in terms of getting this remaining 15 runs. There was Joseph looking to go big again. Well-flighted delivery, a bit of tone. That would have defeated her. A bit slower as well. And in the end, presenting a simple opportunity there, which was gleefully accepted. So a couple of wickets now for the Barbadian team. They seem to be getting back into their high spirits. Leeward Islands, they are 78 for 3.
No need for that, Kato. No need. You're already going well. You need to not out. You have to take the team home as the senior batter. Yes, you did a fantastic job. Yourself and Hector. Put the team in this position. Only 15 runs to get with 10.2 overs remaining. You just need to stay there and take your team home. Play that role. Show your experience. It was a slower delivery, pushed wider, off spinner, ball going away as well. Didn't get to the pitch. Joseph sort of gifted a wicket away, I would say.
Brings the captain, Amanda Edwards, into the wicket. I'm sure a couple of overs ago she would have been hoping that she didn't have to make her way out into the middle. Such was the dominance of that partnership between Joseph and Hector as that first delivery. A bit of turn again. So getting a bit of purchase from this wicket is Herbert Myers. Beating Edwards there all ends up. Passing the wicketkeeper as well. Bye signal there by the umpire. 79 for 3. Brings Boyce into strike. Once again, well bowled, well flighted.
Something you don't want to do in these sort of tournaments is spoil your run rate.
This time
over mid-wicket. This time it could be 4. Bisecting both fielders out there on the boundary. Nice shot by Boyce. A bit of air by Mears. Glad he accepted his Boyce over the mid-wicket boundary for 4.
It was all about the placement on that occasion from Boyce. A flighted delivery again. And just playing with the turn, the anticipated turn, over the fielder there at short mid-wicket, into the fence, bisecting that fielder long on and deep mid-wicket. So good result for her, good result for the Leeward Islands. They're up to 83 for 3. Ten runs required from 9.1 overs, so a lot of time remaining in this contest. Not a lot of runs though, just 10 runs required. Barbados made 92 for 8. As that over comes to an end, a successful one there for Herbert Myers, getting the big wicket of Kiana Joseph, who went for 34. Leeward Islands, they're 83 for 3. Ten runs required from these last 9 overs. Just around a run per over, 1 run per over. Shouldn't be difficult. The only way Barbados will get back into this contest is to continuously take wickets. Looking at the field, it's a in-out sort of field. 5 fielders in the circle. You like to think that they'll need a bit more to put some pressure on these two. This one is down the leg side and she's swinging on that one into the fence for 4. So battle line delivery there from Elliott. Not the start to the over she was looking for, but a very good start there from Captain Edwards. 87 for 3.
Yeah, gladly accepted that battle line delivery on the leg stump. Deserve exactly what it got. A boundary for the skipper to open her account.
Swinging at this one, not getting the type of contact she was looking for. Quite uppishly, in the end falling quite safe. Going across the line there was Edwards. Perhaps looking to finish this one quite quickly. 88 for 3, brings Boyce into strike. Flighty delivery again and coming through for a single, well run. $89 for 3.
I find this always happen with all the teams except for Jamaica. As soon as they're staring down the barrel of defeat, they sort of give up easily. And this is not what you want. We saw from Jamaica today in the second game, the fight that they show almost brought them back into the game.
This one is powered through the offside. Just evading the fielder there at cover. Should have time for a second. It's going to be close. In the end, just get in there, boys. So 2 more runs added to the total, 91 for 3. You can hear the supporters, a small but very vibrant support here for the Leeward Island team.
Trying to give ourselves some room to go through the offside. But just remember, 3 games was played today here in the Women T20 Blaze. Windward Islands versus Guyana early this morning. Jamaica versus Trinidad and Tobago. Now Barbados versus Leewards. In the 3rd round, we will have Jamaica versus the Leeward Islands. 10 a.m. Windward Islands versus Trinidad and Tobago. Barbados versus Guyana at 7. 5th May. That's the 3rd round we have here, Kato. That will be Monday here in St. Vincent.
And she's bold, is it? I think she is. So another wicket goes. Very good delivery there from Herbert Myers. Well, flighted delivery. Playing inside the line was Boyce and losing an off stump. So the 4th wicket goes. Just 2 runs required for victory. But Myers definitely putting her hand up.
Really off spinner dream delivery. Mostly going through bat and pad. But this time playing inside the line is Boyce. And the ball did enough to take the off stump bails off. Really good stuff here from Myers. Even in a losing effort, you can still see the effort behind her, trying to put the revs on the ball, to spin the ball, which is good. young player, just making her transition into the senior team and showing that she has some pedigree, understanding what she wants to do as a bowler.
We're definitely seeing a conscious effort by her to turn the ball, something you spoke about earlier in terms of the spinners, and she's been able to get a bit of purchase off the wicket. Not seen that from a lot of spinners so far in the tournament, so far today, but definitely getting the ball to grip to some extent. We saw that dismissal of Joseph earlier, ball turning away quite appreciably. So she'll be quite pleased with her efforts. Not so more the team effort in terms of their batting performance and the way that they have defended this target. Not a flighted delivery, and again we are seeing that turn away from the left-hander. New player is Claxton, Jazara Claxton. Just requiring 2 runs. All of 7.4 overs remaining. Not a flighted delivery, sweeping this one beautifully past the fielder there. Square leg into the fence for 4. Fittingly, the Leeward Islands end on 95 for 4. That Bungri again adding to the many shots that we have seen being played here tonight. Quite aesthetically pleasing from the Leeward Islands. 95 for 4, defeating Barbados here by 6 wickets.
Commanding victory for the Leeward Islands. They came out, they bowled pretty well, and in their batting innings they show a lot of dominance. Really well done by Hector, who really played an all-rounder role tonight. Also to Joseph, came out and show her power, show the reason why she's an international player. Picking up their first win here tonight is the Leeward Islands. Barbados, their second defeat. They really need to go back to the drawing boards and think about what they're doing wrong and how they can correct it. Leeward Islands, on the other hand, commanding victory, as I mentioned before. They played pretty well. They came out and showed the reason why they want to win this game. In all facets of the game, they played well. Hector played a brilliant innings, made it look very easy at the top. So one of the better power play that we would have seen throughout this tournament. And all that was done by Joseph and Hector at the top. Good start by both batters. Leeward Islands picking up their first victory here tonight in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Remember, this is the regional Women's T20 Blaze here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. On the 5th of May, we have the 3rd round. Jamaica versus the Leeward Islands. 10 a.m. and 2:30, Windward Islands versus Trinidad and Tobago. And at 7, we have Barbados again versus Guyana here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines for the Women's T20 Blaze. We'll see you here again on the 5th of May, where we pick up coverage. See you soon.